Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm regaining the floor now.
Yes, Mr. President.
But I'm glad, actually, I'm glad that a lot of our colleagues are interested in how
Yes, Mr. President.
and how the 4PH program will come into fruition. Kasi Secretary, I'm reading the President's budget message. Ito po, page 22. The Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino 4PH program, the administration's flagship program for housing. Yan po ang sabi niya. Pero ito lang po, dito tayo, babalikan ko yung mga numbers na naman ninyo. Sabi ng Presidente, this program will address the housing needs of 1.4 million Filipinos, etc. 1.4 ang nasa mind ng Presidente. Your plan is 3.2. Bakit? Ang layo rin ng goal niya, sa goal ninyo, then original goal niyo, 6 million pa. Nag-uusap po ba kayo, Mr. Secretary?
0.4 lang. Ngayon taon yun. Okay. Mr. President, yung binanggit daw ni Presidente na 1.4 million ay yung target as of now. Samantalang yung 3.2 ay yung adjusted target ng department for the next 4 years or 3 years hanggang 2028.
Isn't the Secretary just the alter ego of the President? I mean, what's the target of the President? 1.4. Sinabi niya isang budget message niya. This program will, so future tense, address the housing needs of 1.4 million Filipinos. And he's referring to his own flagship housing program. So what is the real goal? Kaya pala, Mel, ulitin ko to, no? This is not a good reflection on the sector or the department. Sa SONA nga ng Presidente, ulitin ko, hindi nga kayo na-mention eh. Ibig sabihin nun eh, baka ang Presidente mismo hindi impressed o hindi believe sa publicly stated goals po natin.
Mr. President, yung 2028 target ng DSUD na 3.2 million aligned dun sa NEDA. Yung budget message naman po kasi ni Presidente is for 2025 and yung kanilang target na 1.2 million is also for 2025. Shared na shared po yun ng department at nung secretary bilang nga pong alter ego ni Presidente.
With the indulgence of the minority leader, if I may, just one question.
Can I complete my thought?
Okay.
Kasi kung 2025 yun, ang sentence, yung part of the sentence kasi na hindi ko binasa, sinabi niya na there's an allocation of 1.8 billion pesos. And then you mean to say, sabi ng sa mind ni Presidente, ang beneficiary ng 1.8 billion pesos ay 1.4 million Filipinos? Imposible, Mr. President. 1,000 pesos per head.
Oh, hindi
Mr.
rin po.
President, kaya?
Kinukuha ko po yung
Mr.
saktong datos.
So, yes, go ahead, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Have you started the construction of the houses for 1.4 million Filipinos?
Not yet, Mr. President.
Oh, when will you start? The President has already mentioned.
Ang ongoing sa ngayon na construction, Mr. President, ay para sa 162,000 units.
Only? Slow-paced. The term of the President is going to end in 3 years. Until now, you're only building around 162 houses for only 162,000 Filipinos?
Admittedly, Mr. President, even on the part of the department, it is slow. Kaya po, kinonceptualize nila yung 4PH. And they believe with the government guarantee as a game changer, with pag-ibig fulfilling an important role, makaka-catch up po sila. Kaya nga po, they were able to set targets of housing units delivered until 2028. At target po nila, by 2028, nakapag-deliver na po sila ng 1.1 million housing units with interest subsidy and with a guarantee requirement.
1.1 million housing units.
Yes,
So
to
that
be
will-
precise, Mr. President.
That will house how many Filipinos?
This would house, Mr. President, around 5 million Filipinos by 2028.
By 2028.
Opo.
But as of now, hanggang 162,000 Filipinos pa lang.
162,000 units po housing.
162,000 units. Is that feasible?
Housing around 800,000 Filipinos, Mr. President,
Are you sure?
as of this year or as of now.
Are you sure you can meet the target before the end of the term of the president?
Okay. It is the firm belief, Mr. President, of the department na gamit ang government guarantee, mapapabilis at makukumpleto yung construction ng kinakailangang housing units na ito.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Minority Leader.
I think Senator JB wants the floor for an interjection.
Okay,
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President, if I may.
Hercito is recognized.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm being the principal sponsor and author of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. We would like, of course, we would like to see the programs to be successful now that all the housing agencies are under one roof. No? That was the intent, no? That it will now be synchronized. And likewise, if I may interject with the indulgence of the minority, pinag-usapan kasi rito kanina yung pong condominium units for the poor. But I just like to share with you our successful experience in San Juan that we were able to build medium-rise housing units, no? Medium-rise, so 5-story, walk-up. It's a joint venture between NHA and the local government unit. Usufruct for 50 years. Ang rental po ron is depende sa floor, 1,800, 600 as you go up. While I admire the out of the box thinking of the secretary now kasi gusto niya because of the expensive price of land right now, mag high rise. But also yun na po yung apprehension natin. I hope that it will be answered also. Yung pong common usage area, the association dues. Kaya nga po, ideally, for socialized housing units, especially in the urban areas, kaya ginagawa natin walk-up lang para wala pong elevator. Kanina nga po, sinabi nga ni Senator Nancy, minsan nga sa condominium na medyo mga may kaya na, pag magpapalit ng elevator, pahirapan. No? Ayaw na nila maglabas. So those are the challenges that need to be answered and need to be given attention. No? Although, siyempre, gusto natin maging successful. I think with the 6 million backlog, we really have to think out of the box and I'm hoping that this will be successful. But I'm hoping that yung pong mga apprehensions natin can be answered. But I think for urban areas, especially in Metro Manila, yung usufruct, like San Juan's experience, the medium rise, was successful. Yung Valenzuela, na rental housing, they were also very successful, yung Disciplina Village. So, yun, just wanted to share some success stories that we have in the urban, in-city housing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Hercito.
And just to be very clear, ito pong flagship program for housing of the Marcos administration, 4PH program, entero, ang konsepto dito, entero condominium units. Tama po. Tama. Yan ang pagkaintindi ko. Entero, condominium.
Originally, yes, Mr. President, pero nagbukas na po ang department na pinag-aaralan isama yung GLAD at naging bukas isama yung CMP, Mr. President.
So, ano tong i-approve natin na budget bali nila? Ganun na, hybrid na ito. When we now give an amount for the 4PH program, sa mind namin, entero condominium or hybrid program na?
Sa ngayon, Mr. President, interest subsidy lang ang covered dito. Pero nag-submit na rin po sila nung, as required or during the committee hearing nung mga complementary.
Kasi, Mr. President, bigla na lang namin naisip ni Majority Leader. Kunyari talaga naisip natin na si homeless beneficiary dito, potential beneficiary. Imagine natin, Mr. President, from homeless, ang unang housing unit na bibigay sa'yo, condominium concept na. It's too complicated for a homeless diretso sa condominium na mayroon ng association dues, may rental ka, tapos actually kung ma-fully pay mo na yan, bibigyan ka ngayon ng condominium certificate of title, pero separate pa rin ang land ownership. Di ba? May sariling title yung lupa dyan eh. Yes, RPT. Ngayon, kaya nga, so si homeless, pinatalon ka agad natin sa very complicated, sophisticated home ownership system, Mr. President. So,
Culture shock yun.
I mean, that's just a realization namin dito while we were talking about it. Kung totoong inisip natin yung homeless. Kaya nga may doubts kami na baka hindi sila yung naisip dito sa 4PH program. Hindi po si homeless yung nasa streets ngayon. Opo.
Fair enough, Mr. President, and na yung apprehension po natin na sa simula ng 4PH program, lalo na nung binutingting na natin yung financing, na hindi niya kaagad makakapture yung poorest of the poor. Kaya napaka-importante din nung sinasabi ni Minority Leader na yung cultural change din or baka culture shock kung pipilitin lahat ng informal settlers or lahat ng wala pang housing, pumasok lang sa condominium setting. Kaya nga po tingin ko importante ang nagawa natin in the last few years na in a way mapabukas sa isip ng department yung idea ng 4PH na originally purely condominium para pag-aralan at gawin paano i-combine with tried and tested programs like CMP, like GLAD. Pero even dun sa kaso, kung umabot sa may informal settlers na lilipat sa isang medium rise, halimbawa, tulad sa ibang mga syudad na sinabi ng Deputy Majority Leader kanina, mayroong pa rin, kunyari, habang nasa staging area sila, may training na mangyayari, bahagi ng social preparation, yung paghahanda ng ano itong bagong setting na papasukan ninyo. May training din daw, sabi ng department sa TESDA, para sa livelihood o pagtatrabaho. So, hindi po ito isang physical na pagbabago lamang, hindi lang ito financing na pagbabago, pero meron ding social preparation na mangyayari. Kahit dun sa mga informal settlers na lilipat sa halimbawa medium rise or low rise na condominium. Na hindi lamang yon ang mode ng 4PH na sinusulong natin, Mr. President.
So now that there is a concession from the department head that they are now going to entertain a hybrid 4PH program, plus the fact that I'm going to raise an issue against the mahaba pa to, Mr. President, the should versus the HSAC, especially applied to the multinational village dispute na ang allegation kasi sa akin ng mga lumapit sa akin, may pinapaboran si DSUD as regulator, si HSAC adjudicator, parang korte. Pero nagka-clash at disregard ang opinion ng adjudicator. Si adjudicator nag-receive ng ebidensya, nag-hearing. Si regulator, pwedeng shortcut, pwedeng pakiusap. So I think marami-rami pa tayong kailangang pag-usapan dito, Mr. President, with that new issue. So can I request for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
You're next. You're next.
Already been resumed, Majority Leader.
The minority leaders still has the floor. Will the gentleman resume his interpellation?
Minority Leader. Still chatting. No, I think the Majority Leader, I think we reached a consensus already to,
But we'll have it formalized through the minority leader still has the floor. Maybe not the pleasure of the
what is the
gentleman.
pleasure of the Minority Leader?
Yes, I move to defer the consideration of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations under the DSHUD, which are the following: National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, and the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation. And I think the available date would be November 18,
Yes.
2024, Mr. President.
And the collective ground would be
Well, the reasoning, the grounds would be the interpolation of this agency's budget is holding up the consideration of the other scheduled agencies for today, because we will still have a long long list of questions to ask, plus the input from the secretary that the department is open to hybridizing this administration's flagship housing program, which is currently under a purely condominium type concept, into non-condominium home ownership arrangements like CMP and possibly others. So I think we need the concrete inputs from the department and the aligned agencies, and then we also need time to go over whatever inputs that they will submit to us. Marami pa pong issues, plus the fact na yung sa the DSHUD versus HSAC conflict in the exercise of their jurisdiction. Ayan po yun. As manifested in one particular case. And I'm sure marami pang ibang cases yan, but I'm just using one particular case, the multinational village case, just to highlight the conflict in the exercise of the jurisdiction of the two agencies. One regulatory, one adjudicatory. So for these reasons, I was forced to move for the deferment of the consideration of their budget, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Minority Leader to defer the deliberation of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, including the Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations, the National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, until November 18. Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Rivera.
no objection. Just before we act on the motion, just to express my appreciation to the colleagues from the DSUD family and my colleagues in the Senate, including the Minority Leader, for this opportunity na hopefully maka-breakthrough na po tayo to really come up with that hybrid program that we have been pushing, and sinasabi naman ng department na bukas sila. And in fact, they've begun working on it even when we were coming up with our consensus to defer consideration of their budget. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Tiveros. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board and recognize the sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senators Ontiveros and Pimentel are both recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. If I may, just a brief opening remark.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. And dear colleagues, I have the pleasure to sponsor the 2025 budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. I would like to welcome MCB Chair, Attorney Maysara, Damdamun, Latif, and the members of the board who are here with us today. The total appropriation of the MCB is 1.164 billion pesos, which is higher by 10 million pesos from the 2024 allocation. Of that amount, 1 billion pesos is earmarked for compensating victims of the Marawi siege, 114 million pesos for personnel services, and 50 million pesos for MOOE. The subcommittee will also propose 3 billion pesos in unprogrammed funds to augment the compensation component of the board's budget. With that, I'm now ready to receive questions from the floor, from the good minority leader and other colleagues. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please proceed, Senator Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I participated during the committee hearing, the subcommittee hearing for the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. And I think merong linabas na problema doon on their need for additional manpower sa plantilla. So, did we address their concern in our committee report?
Thank you, good minority leader, for that question. Indeed, meron pong staffing shortfall of 14 lawyers, for example, in the secretariat, creating a significant gap in the board's capacity to meet its targets. And this staffing deficiency is further compounded by the need for additional personnel in support roles, including legal assistants and engineers, to ensure the smooth and efficient processing of claims. And I'm sorry, good
Yes.
minority leader, before you proceed with our interpellation, just to make a correction on the record, salamat sa LBRMO for this correction. It's on the budget of the MCB. The budget is 1.154 billion, 1,154,729,000 for the record, Mr. President.
And then 1 billion doon pang compensation, tama, sa
Opo.
claimants. Tama
Opo,
po.
Mr.
Opo.
President.
Tapos nabanggit po nating sponsor na may 3 billion, ano yun, pang saan program, pang additional compensation?
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
standby. So may 1 billion na program plus standby na 3 billion just in case magka-extra revenues.
Opo, Mr. President.
Opo. So, naklaro na po yan dun sa subcommittee hearing kaya wala po tayong issue. Yun lang yun po. Paano, may panahon pa ba? Matutulungan pa ba natin ito sila sa, I think, additional 51 plantilla yung nabanggit sa hearing natin na lawyers, engineers, accountants,
Yes, Mr.
admin
President.
support. So is the chair still open to a possible amendment to accommodate some of their personnel needs?
Very open, Mr.
Sige.
President. And
Hanapan na lang
salamat
natin
para
ng
doon.
samang galing.
Salamat
Saka ilan.
tayo. Let's do that.
Kasi ang danger pagka PS, recurring, ano? But recurring only up to the lifetime of the, and how many more years ang compensation board natin?
Just until 2028, Mr. President. Opo.
Sige po, so I think that's all my concern that i-follow through ko yung commitment ko to help them. But let's help each other where we can look for the funding to pay for the PS of the additional plantilla.
Lalo
Maybe
salamat for
not the
that.
51, baka hindi maabot sa 51, but at least madagdagan po ang personnel ng Marawi Compensation Board.
And we will have help in our effort, Mr. President, kasi po ang DBM at ang MCB, they will meet tomorrow to discuss the PS issues.
Okay, sana
So,
before.
pagtulungan
sana
po
before-
natin kasama
sana
nila.
Before today pa. Sige, pagtulungan natin.
Salamat.
Pero ano pala yung isa? Nakita ko din sa notes na parang unreleased yung one for this year, may 1B na to pay for compensation, hindi na-release. Tama po ba yan?
100% obligated na po, although, Mr. President.
Obligated and released?
Obligated na po ng board, so ni-request na po nila. Iniintay na lamang po yung release po na iyon.
And there's
yung
no
downloading.
issue as to wala
Wala naman
doon
po,
for siya.
Mr. President.
Sige, so ang tulong po natin would be really focused on the need for additional personnel of the board. So we wish you all the best to Marawi Compensation Board. You're doing a good job. Of course, we cannot really satisfy everybody. Review nyo na lang what is the fairer formula or the rates. Tapos siguro, well, in coordination with DBM, in case of doubt, we favor the claimant. Di ba? Parang ganun kasi binuo naman ito for the claimant. Basta there's reasonable basis, there is legal basis, it will not get you into trouble. In case of doubt, if there is a doubt as to the formula, kung ano yung mas nakapabor sa claimant, siguro we entertain that perspective. Sige, with that I close my interpellation and I congratulate the board as well as our chairwoman, Mr. President. Congratulations. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Mig Zubiri is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
The gentleman from Bukidnon, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My standing here at the podium is not to ask any questions, but to manifest support to the Marawi Compensation Board, to additional budget for them. We were the authors of the creation of the board and the compensation fund together with Senator Coco, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Risa Ontiveros, myself. We actually even visited, together with Bongo, we visited Marawi to meet with the victims of this act. And kasama pala si Senator Tolentino when he reminded us that it was the last, he said it was the last extension of the barn. But we were there in Marawi. So I joined the manifestation of the minority floor leader that if we can find some budget, additional budget for them, bigyan po natin sila para matapos na po itong injustice na nangyari sa mga victims ng Marawi siege. Being from Mindanao, we share one heart with Lanao del Sur. Kami po ay the Bukidnon. We are neighbors. So prosperity for them is prosperity for all in our region. So mabuhay po. Assalamualaikum to my brothers and sisters from Marawi, and inshallah we can get this done and add more budget for them. I second the motion to approve the budget, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. For one, I would like.
Salamat tayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. And likewise, I would like to say that people of Marawi, the Maranaos, have been a big part of the success of San Juan. They were the traders who made San Juan the bargain center of Metro Manila. No more DVD. Legal na po. But I would say that they are very nice people, traders. So we support fully. We're hoping that they can go back to their normal lives again. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I likewise manifest my full support to the Marawi Compensation Board, as this represents not just the re-engineering of a city, reconstruction of a city, but the revival and the symbolism of the strong human spirit that represents the Maranao culture. So I join my other colleagues, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board and we consider the same as approved and deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Mr. Shum.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Secretary, Foreign Service Institute, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, and the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces. To recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Subcommittee G of the Committee on Finance, Senator Lauren Legarda, for her opening statement, and later to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel, the Minority Leader. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation. Senator Lauren Legarda may now deliver her sponsorship speech.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The proposed appropriations for the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies under Senate Finance Committee Report 335 for fiscal year 2025, it amounts to 27,384,309,000 pesos. The distribution of the proposed appropriations is as follows: Office of the Secretary, 27,144,707,000. Foreign Service Institute, 147,484,000. Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, 4,968,000. UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, 39,639,000 pesos. Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, 47,510,000. I am now ready to accept any question. Thank you, Mr. President.
President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor. Now I remember why I thought we had a budget session last Friday, because last Friday I delivered a foreign policy address before the DFA and the diplomatic community upon the invitation of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So I'd like to thank them for that opportunity that they have given me. And in that speech, dapat hindi ko malimutan yun, I made the pledge to help the DFA in the budget, Mr. President. Siguro, and then I remember that one of the points I raised is that we should be supporting our creatives industry. Kasi it's a multi-trillion peso industry where we are excelling, and we still anticipate that we will keep on excelling in the future. So maybe if the DFA can start adjusting some foreign policy strategies and tactics on how we can promote, facilitate the bringing into the world stage the Filipino creativity and talent. So challenge lang po yun, parang exhortation or challenge that maybe you can add some specific programs, activities, or projects geared towards that, no? The promotion, not in the sense of trade, but in the sense of using the Filipino creative stakeholders as our parang de facto ambassadors of goodwill or parang representation of Filipino soft power to the world. So ganun lang po yun. Just a request, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, I'm glad that that is the opening statement of our good esteemed colleague who delivered the foreign policy address the other day. And I can, of course, share your advocacy, and I'd be happy to answer that question. First, we have, when I say we, the Department of Foreign Affairs and the attached agencies, we have institutionalized the Philippine Studies Program in various universities worldwide. I can safely say it was non-existent before, Mr. President. If I may, this was my initiative upon then Ambassador to the United Kingdom, Manalo, who is now our SFA. It was a Facebook post of Secretary Manalo when he was leaving the post, when he mentioned that it is unfortunate that there is no Philippine studies being taught in the School of Oriental and African Studies at that time. And we were the only, I believe, Southeast Asian country because there was no governmental support. Immediately, I did not know him yet then. I reached out. To make a long story short, we started the Philippine Studies in SOAS. After that, we have more than 20 Philippine Studies program, and I can just go off without the list now. We have Complutense in Spain. It was then Ambassador Teddy Locsin was the ambassador, or SFA at the time, who was with me when we launched it. We also have RUR University in Bochum. I had a very distinct privilege of addressing the academics and the students in Bochum, in RUR, in 2019. We have the Philippine Studies in Hamburg, in Germany. We have in an institute in Singapore, the ISAS Yusuf Ishak Institute in 2020. We have in Vienna, I can't recall the university now, in Vienna, at least 2 universities. We have Sciences Po in France as well. We have Busan University Foreign Studies in South Korea. I could go on. Thammasat in Thailand, York University in Canada, NYU in New York, University of Alberta in Canada, University of Applied Arts in Vienna, in Austria, University of Alicante in Spain, University of Zurich in Switzerland. There's more than 25, and we will add more. I can tell you that this is part of the soft power, but I will not stop there. I'm happy to also inform Your Honor that it was way back in 2012 when, in a committee hearing of the Department of Foreign Affairs and or the National Commission for Culture and Arts, this representation asked, why are we not in the Venice Biennale? And I was just met with blank stares, not because they did not care or know about it, but because they're perhaps reluctant to advise me that there was no support from government. Note that the last participation of the Philippines in the Olympics, so-called of contemporary art, was in 1964. And it took us several decades before we returned. To make a long story short, Mr. President, after having heard that, we put resources together, not through GAA, but through existing budgets, because at the time of then Secretary Del Rosario, during the Aquino administration, Typhoon Yolanda just happened, and there were no resources, even if I was promised resources by then Executive Secretary Ochoa. It was not their fault. Yolanda happened, and there were no resources allocated. But with existing resources of the NCCA, through former Chair Felipe Jun de Leon and the DFA and my office and personal resources, we were able to mount the first participation of the Venice Biennale. And as fate would have it, I was appointed as vice chair of the budget of DFA, so we were able to put some budget, very modest, and eventually, up to now in 2024, for more than 10 years, we have been actively participating from a small room in a palazzo to the main pavilion in Arsenale. Again, you would agree with me, Mr. President, that this is part of our soft power. Now, not even happy with just the Philippine Studies program in universities worldwide and in our participation in contemporary art, I decided, Mr. President, of course with the support of the various agencies of government and with our esteemed colleagues, that the Philippines should participate in the foremost exhibition and trade fair of the publishing industry. And I'm referring to the Frankfurter Buchmesse, the Frankfurt Book Fair, that was in 2015 or 16. It was a small group of publishers who, again, told me that they did not receive any support from government. At the time, I asked for support from the DFA, but no support could be given because it was at the middle of the fiscal year. There was no support from DTI as well. I believe it was through my personal resources that a small delegation had gone, and eventually, again, as fate would have it, we were able to provide a measly, a very small, modest support for the Philippine delegation. I discovered, Mr. President, at that time that Indonesia, our neighbor in ASEAN, was the featured guest of honor country in the Frankfurter Buchmesse. And after Indonesia, no other Southeast Asian country. And short of stalking, STALK, stalking the officials of Frankfurter Buchmesse, we requested for meetings every year, 2015, 16, 17. Then the pandemic happened. And at the time, they said, if you really want to be the guest of honor country like Indonesia, then perhaps you should have a bid book. I did not have a staff who could do a bid book, a document. The DFA was not yet on board then. By my lonesome, on Zoom, I requested the former members of the board of the National Book Development Board, which is under the DepEd, to come up with a bid document. Again, DFA was not yet there. However, with the full cooperation of, I think it was Teddy Locsin at that time, and then eventually Secretary Manalo, we were able to put the Department of Foreign Affairs, the National Commission for Culture and Arts, and the National Book Development Board. We created a three bodies of government, department and commissions, to be able to come up with a bid book and to ask that the Philippines be the featured country. Lo and behold, in August, I believe, of 2022, was it, or 23, I received a communication from the CEO of the FBM GOH that we had been selected as the guest of honor country in October 2025. It is still a long way, but we have provided what is needed. Every year from 2015, our booths and our delegations of publishers, of comic artists, of writers, of literaries, of brilliant intellectuals, of different sectors of our publishing industry participate in the Frankfurt Book Fair. It's not limited to the publishing industry. Let me also mention, having said that, the DFA is an integral part of the three, with the NBDB and the DFA and the NCCA, of the three agency commission or secretariat. I would like to mention as well that the piña cloth of Aklan, which has been declared by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage, ICH, right? Is Ivan here? Yeah, ICH, in December of last year. And we, together with the UNESCO, the UNACOM of the DFA, an attached agency, had put together whatever resources we could so that the Philippines could have an exhibit in UNESCO in Paris. this representation could not go because of work here in the Senate, but I'm proud to mention that we mounted a beautiful piña exhibition in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. I can go on and on. Oh, I also, if I may mention that in our legislative work, we were able to help push along with you and the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee for the Senate's concurrence on the UNESCO Convention on Promoting and Protecting Diversity on Cultural Expressions. I believe it's been 3 ambassadors of France who had told me that why is it taking the Philippines so long, almost 20 years before we concur in the ratification of a very important convention. And it really boggled the mind. And I finally, thank you to Senator Marcos who sponsored this. The instrument of ratification, I believe, was what is the word? Deposited, and then finally the Philippine Senate concurred. It was not the fault of the Philippine Senate because it was never, the document was not yet transferred to the Philippine Senate. I can go on and on with all the work that we have been doing to that encapsulates the soft power, so to speak. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you that you took advantage of my one and only question to explain everything that you had in mind. Okay, sige. Just
It's not yet everything.
Yes.
I wish I could have
yes,
more time. I know you're very interested. Yes,
Yes,
you chaired the Foreign Relations Committee at one time. You were Senate President, Mr. President. I am certain that all of us in this hall and those not present here are very much interested in what this representation is saying. And that just, I'm trying to say in just a few minutes given me
Yes, thank you.
what we have done together with the Department of Foreign Affairs so that cultural diplomacy as one of the 4 pillars of our foreign policy is really given focus. Because as we know, times have changed. The geopolitical landscape has drastically changed. And the Philippines is in a very unique position to really push forward the so-called soft power. And we have been doing that. And I am honored, privileged, proud to be a part or instrumental in pushing for this so-called soft power. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
ma'am. So just additional observations from this representation. Siguro using the terminology used by our sponsor, sabi niya cultural diplomacy, maybe you can add creatives diplomacy. Tingnan natin. Just a suggestion. And then I noticed that the DBM increased the requested budget of the DFA by 5%. So I think the DFA is really one of the prioritized departments under this administration. But just tell us how we can still help you with your budget, especially the attached institute, the Foreign Service Institute, because I made the commitment to also help you in your budget as you now approach your golden anniversary. 50 years na po sila. So, and when I looked at the budget utilization, mataas ang budget utilization ng FSI. So that means that they can still afford to absorb additional budget. Yet, I could also see that compared to the 2024 level, they are being given an additional around 47 million pesos in the 2025 budget, or which is 50%, almost 50% of what they were given in 2024. So, meaning to say, it's also a manifestation that the FSA is also a prioritized agency under this administration. But still, when it comes to the DFA and the DFA family, I think the majority sentiment and the minority sentiment converge in the DFA family. Na if you can just tell us what else we can do to help you, we will be here to help you. Okay, so as I understand, for FSI, you are the premier training and research institution relied upon by our diplomats. So You make them the professionals that they are. You make them the well-informed diplomats that they are. So we really also have to really focus on the FSI. But hindi naman po sila pinabayaan din. So
Mr.
andito
President,
lang po tayo for ano lang tayo, parang backup support lang po tayo just in case there are other requests. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
I really think that, Mr. President, this representation and the minority leaders' thinking is really aligned. Yes, the FSI needs attention. And yes, hindi po natin pinapabayaan. I'd like to mention that in the past years, we have a project with them, which is a digitization of the various languages, no? Yes, publications and languages. What were the booths that we set up there? The language booths, they still exist, yeah. Right before pandemic, or was it after pandemic? We had provided them an allocation for language booths, but we also realized that they should be online and there should be no physical need to be there. And so we're providing for that. And during the hearing, this may be a small matter, but it's important. We found out that the FSI personnel were not covered by medical insurance as the DFA officers. And, you know, kailangan po makatao tayo. So we are providing for the medical insurance of the FSI officers and staff. At the same time, Mr. President, because the Senator Tolentino, I'm sure will be interested in this, they had recommended a Law of the Sea Academy summer program. And when we supported the Law of the Sea Academy, it was very successful. And there were participants from various agencies of government, including the Philippine Senate, who joined. Yeah. And we decided to continue funding it. It's a summer program that's part of the continuing education offered by the FSI, which is to promote maritime awareness among our government public servants, contributing to enlightened discussions on maritime heritage of our country, especially with the enactment recently of our two important laws. Perhaps this could be a subject matter of the Law of the Sea Academy. So this experience, I think one of my staff, I hope you learned, had joined. We could roll this out to everyone in senators' offices, in the Senate, the legislative officers who could join the Law of the Sea Academy. So we're also involving ASEAN diplomats. We hope that in the next Law of the Sea Academy, we're not limiting it only to Filipino public servants, but to ASEAN diplomats as well, so that this could be a platform to engage with maritime experts and practitioners to empower our participants from the ASEAN member states to have a better appreciation and understanding of the Philippine perspective concerning the international law of the sea and the current opportunities and challenges in our region's maritime issues. So these are some of the initiatives, Mr. President, which may not hit the headlines. It's never talked about, even perhaps on social media, but this is the body of work that we've been doing with the Foreign Service Institute and with the Department of Foreign Affairs.
So thank you, ma'am. I have already restated formally my pledge to support the DFA and the DFA family budget-wise. So should there be a wish list to be submitted to the chairperson, the minority, I get a commitment from the minority. The minority are willing to work with the chairwoman on how to look for ways and means to how to accommodate some of their wish list, just in case meron. So with that,
In fact,
okay.
I am told here that there's a portion of their request. I tried to accommodate as much, but due to limited fiscal space, it was not included yet. This is training and research outreach courses. It's only 5 million. Perhaps you can put it as a minority amendment, the training and research outreach for FSI's researchers and training specialists, etc. For
DFA
consular.
to the Office of the
Yes.
Secretary.
Okay, so i-amend nyo si Senator Pimentel ang
Sige
ang
po,
ano,
I will,
ayan,
I
very
will,
good.
I will adopt that as my
Thank
own
you so
amendment.
much. Ano pang?
So with that, Mr. President, I think so it's time to congratulate the DFA family for the good job that you have been doing. Keep up the good work, sir. We wish you all the best. Congratulations to our chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, our minority leader, majority leader.
President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Secretary, Foreign Service Institute, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, and the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There be none, motion is approved. Congratulations.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we One-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Optical Media Board and recognize the sponsor, the chairman of the Subcommittee M of the Committee on Finance, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpolate the Honorable Senator Jingoy Estrada. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budget is now in order for interpellation. Senators Mark Villar, the sponsor, and our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingoy Estrada are now recognized.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm here to sponsor the proposed budget of the Optical Media Board for fiscal year 2025. The OMB regulates the mastering, manufacturing, importation, and exportation of optical media products and manufacturing materials. The board is also primarily mandated to ensure the protection and promotion of intellectual property rights. For the next fiscal year, the allocated budget for the OMB per the committee report is 53.028 million pesos. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am pleading for your support in the approval of the OMB budget. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion of the OMB's budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I know who heads the OMB right now?
As of now, there is no head. I was made aware that he is, the head, James Macasero.
Where is he?
He resigned. He filed his candidacy. So
All right, so who
Team
runs
resigned.
the daily affairs of the office, of the agency, Mr. President?
no one was delegated by the office of the president.
No one is delegated? So who signs the vouchers, the documents? What's the signing authority to disburse any funds from your agency?
All the signature documents at this point are on hold because none of them have the authority.
On hold, paano po sila nakakasweldo? How can they receive their salaries if nobody has the authority to sign any documents? That's the first time I heard of an agency was no
The highest ranking officer at this point is Chief Administrative Officer Janine Sison. But she has
is
no
she not authorized to sign any documents? For example, the salaries of the employees under the agency?
It is the chairman who signs the voucher. So at this point,
Chairman.
there's no chairman.
Oh, there's no, sabi mo, so ilang buwan na, how many months have you not received any salary since the officer in charge has already resigned?
The agency has advanced the salaries up to November. Come December, there will be no more salaries.
Pwede bang mag-advance na ng sweldo? Well, this is the first time that I heard of it. Pwede pala mag-advance sweldo. Pwede ba tayo mag-advance?
They've only advanced the processing, but the crediting will be done.
How
crediting
can
will be
you,
done with the pay.
you know, it's kind of weird. How can a government agency advance the salaries of the employees up to several months? Eh kami nga dito Senado, naghintay
Only
sweldo
1 month
buwan-buwan.
because of the filing. So only 1 month.
So after December,
Wala na.
magpapasko, wala kayong sisweldohin?
Wala.
My God. So what is,
President, just
man,
interject, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, that there are relevant civil service rules that could be implicated that would require the highest ranking officer, even without a designation or appointment, to sign for in behalf of the agency, of course, with the concurrence of the Office of the President. So perhaps the highest ranking official of the Optical Media Board can communicate with the Office of the Executive Secretary as to these internal administrative matters that would require disbursement of funds, among others.
53. Mr. President, may I ask, who is the highest ranking authority in the agency right now?
Earlier, si Ms. Ma'am
Ano
Gana.
yung salary grade? What's your designation there in the agency?
She is the Chief Admin Officer, salary grade 24.
So you are not still authorized to sign any documents.
She's also the OIC accountant also. So
Yeah, no, I'm asking
Yeah.
if she is
she's
allowed
not
to-
authorized at this point.
You're not authorized.
She's not.
Okay, is the Office of the President made aware of this situation? So what did the Office of the President say?
What did he say?
Because I understand that the OMB is under the Office of the President.
They've communicated this and they're still awaiting a response from the.
May I know, Mr. President, when did they communicate with the Office of the President?
They communicated this in October.
October, and yet you still did not get any response.
They're still awaiting a response.
So if you do not get any response by December, wala kayo sweldo. Wala kayo
That is
pamasko.
correct. And they will not, yes, that's correct. They will not be getting the bonuses.
All right.
There's-
All right. How many employees do you have under the agency?
52 plantilla employees.
52 employees. All right. May I know the accomplishment of the OMB for the past year? Do you have any accomplishments?
They were able to get the support of the major telecom companies this year in order to help them in their mandate. And they issued licenses and permits as of June 30, 2024, 3,059 and 10,781. And as of June 30th, 2024, the OMB Registration and Licensing Division has processed 100% of licenses and permits within the prescribed timeframe.
Is that the only accomplishment? All right.
And also, basically what I said earlier, the agency was able to secure the cooperation and compliance of the major telecommunications companies in the country. And this shows that even companies as big as theirs recognize the jurisdiction of the OMB over digital storage devices. So in light of these, other companies which deal with digital storage devices will be motivated to follow suit. And more importantly, when these legitimate companies become registered with the OMB, it will be easier to root out other entities which may be involved with piracy and or counterfeiting the unlawful use of these storage devices.
Okay, I just would like to share, Mr. President, what I know about this optical media board. When our colleague, Senator Revilla, was at the helm of the then VRB, I think it was the VRB if I'm not mistaken, of Videogram Regulatory Board, now the OMB. And after that, his successors were Edo Manzano and Ronnie Ricketts. They were arresting left and right itong mga tinatawag na pirata. Yung mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. And I think that contributed to the downfall of one of the factors of the downfall of the movie industry. Itong mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. Okay? Minsan, pinipirata nila yung mga pelikula nila FPJ, nila Bong Revilla, nila Lito Lapid, nila Robin Padilla. That contributed for me the downfall of the movie industry. Ngayon, because of the advent, because of the evolution of the digital technology, wala nang namimirata ngayon. So I think that was your main function before yung OMB, na hulihin lahat yung mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. So ano na nga, what is now the duty or the function of this agency aside from arresting these pirates? Kasi ang pagkakaalam ko, ang objective or duties and responsibility ng agency nito is to file cases or to arrest these pirates. Aside from that, wala na eh. So I believe, wag sana sasama ang loob ninyo. Itong OMB to has or must be abolished. Kasi wala nang function to eh. Ano pa ipa-function to? Siguro itong mga 52 employees na sinasabi mo na kung sakasakaling ma-approve yung abolition nitong agency nito, siguro you can transfer to another government agency, like for example, the FTCP or the MTRCB, all related to the movie industry, if I'm correct. And sooner or later, by next year maybe, or by next Congress, I will file a bill abolishing this particular agency. Kasi wala na eh. Wala na talagang ginagawa eh. Eh ngayon nga, hindi nyo alam kung sino yung sino pipirma ng mga dokumento. Pagdating ng December, pag walang aksyon ng Malacanang, wala kayo sisweldoin. So, what's the use?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Revilla is recognized.
Yes, may I interject, Mr. President? Yes, I used to be the chairman of the BRB, Mr. President. At alam natin yung function ng but yun din ang tanong ko, ano yung function nila ngayon? So, your accomplishments, pero alam ko, Mr. President, ang hirap din ang sitwasyon ng mga empleyado sa OMB. Marami rin ako naririnig na reklamo nila na sila mismo hindi yata sumasahod ngayon. Am I correct?
According to the chief, they still have
Meron?
until November.
Until November. What about for December?
Wala.
O, kawawa naman sila, Mr. President. If we're going to abolish OMB, so saan natin sila
No,
ilalagay?
I filed the bill, no? I stand corrected. I already filed the bill, Senate Bill number 1904, an act abolishing the OMB. Okay? Because OMB was created by virtue of the Republic Act 9239. And under the proposed measure, the FDCP, or the Film Development Council of the Philippines, shall absorb the employees and officers of the OMB and shall assume all obligations, liabilities, and unexpended appropriations of the OMB. So, itong mga empleyado, if ever that this law will be passed or the abolition will push through, lahat ng mga empleyado, all of the employees of the OMB will transfer to the FTCP.
FDCP.
So, hindi sila madi-displace.
Okay.
Kasi for me talagang wala nang function itong OMB. And I hope you will also agree with my opinion. Being the former
BRB.
chair of
Yes,
the OMB?
Yes, Mr. President, I agree that the nature of the OMB has to be, we have to revisit the nature of their mandate because of new technologies that before, we all know the CDs, PCDs were very rampant. Nowadays, it's really storage devices. In fact, a lot of what the OMB does is monitoring the importation of storage devices, whether or not they're allowed to come into the country. That's a majority of what the work and checking for piracy. But of course, the nature of piracy is different now. And of course, we want to make sure that the people in the OMB continue to they have jobs that we also want to protect. So if there's a bill, because this agency was created by law, if there is a bill that will also update and refresh the OMB, I think that's something that we can support and look at.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, Mr. President, I have been espousing the importance of right sizing in this August chamber. And of course, we don't want to jump the gun, so to speak, and say that we wanted to just abolish one bureau or one agency of the government. We wanted to give them the opportunity, Mr. President. If I may just ask one question to the sponsor of the budget of OMB, ano po ba yung silbi ng OMB ngayon? Ano po yung napapala ng bayan sa OMB at this point in time?
What is the relevance?
Relevance ng OMB. May napapala po ba tayo? May napoprotektahan po ba sila? May nagagampanan po ba sila na mandato na relevant po sa mga panahon ngayon? So I think that's just one question that I'd like to raise, and with the indulgence of my two colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think at this point, the primary mandate is one, storage devices, because that is the medium for piracy now. It becomes more of a regulatory agency than an enforcement agency in the sense, now whether or not how we want to deal with that we should do that by law because this agency was created by law. But in essence, the agency now is more of a regulatory because it regulates the importation of storage devices to ensure that these storage devices being brought in the country are not being used by pirates, do not contain material that is pirated. So that becomes the mandate, and that's something that because of the changes in technology, maybe it doesn't need as much of an enforcement as a regulatory function. Now, we can also discuss how to further that if we want to continue that mandate with that mandate, and it also regulates commercial activities involving storage devices. So I mean that's where the technology takes us today. We're talking about storage devices. We're talking about regulating storage devices, and maybe we can look at it as a legislative body to see how we can refresh and maximize the people of the OMB and make it more relevant in today's with the technology that we have today.
With the indulgence of my good colleague, my good friend who is sponsoring the measure, if they are now functioning as a regulatory body, may we know how many inspections they have made and what happened to these inspections, Mr. President?
Well, at this point, we have some numbers. The number of licenses in 2023 was 6,709. Number of permits was 23,067 in 2023. Number of inspection orders served was 2,345. There, and that's
and the relevance of which, Mr. President, it becomes relevant. It becomes important of getting all these inspections. Nakakasuhan ba? May kinakasuhan? May
there are number in 2020. Well, in 2023 there were 2,345 administrative cases filed.
In 2020.
And the penalties of 380,000 pesos in 2023.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am just curious about it. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Senator Joel. One more question, if I may. Mr. Sponsor, is physical piracy still existing?
It exists in a different, I think, in a different medium, not in what we saw before during the time of CDs, DVDs, where it was really...
Wala na ngayon, di ba?
Wala na.
Sa Green Hills,
So,
wala nang DVD.
Oh, wala na. So it becomes then an issue of it's online. They gain access to
online.
it. Yes.
It's already online. Okay, right now, there is a rampant online piracy wherein illegal links of movies, usually nakikita ko yung mga pelikula ng tatay ko can be accessed through a social media platform. So what can the OMB do about this, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I think also that's why it becomes also there might be some there needs to be some interaction with the IPO because it kind of delves into the intellectual property office. Although right now these pirates also use these storage devices. So in that respect, the storage devices that they will use they will store the content on is under the OMB. So that they check and that they regulate. In terms of online IP use, that's something that perhaps in conjunction with the intellectual property office they can enforce that. But of course, this requires technology. So perhaps in the future, it should be something that's an interagency also because it also deals with intellectual property rights and perhaps digital technology as well.
Yeah. Is it within the mandate of the OMB to arrest or to file charges against these online, ano? Kasi, alam mo, for example, the movies of Senator Revilla, napapirate to sa social media. Imbis na ibenta ni Senator Revilla yung mga pelikula niya sa media, sa TV outlets, napapanood na rin sa social media, sa YouTube.
Yes, I think
Lugi.
yes,
So,
I agree.
meron ba magagawa?
If the owner has the right to of that intellectual property can of course file a case. If in order to consummate the privacy they use storage devices, then the optical media board can file a case. But
So-
if it's just online, it's
Yeah,
more
we're
of
talking online.
yes, it would be more on the owner of the actual intellectual property office who can file
So
a
the
case.
OMB cannot do anything, cannot file charges.
If it's
Am I
online,
correct?
if
Yes,
it's online,
if it's
you know,
online.
I
cannot
think
do anything.
the mandate of the OMB when it is transferred to a storage device, that is so I mean this is something that maybe we need updating also. And
Mr. President, if I may, I'm really sorry, Mr. President. It begs my attention, Mr. President, to find out a while ago how many cases were filed. So these cases that were filed are against who, Mr. President? Maybe we get a big breakdown. Is it a companies pirating these movies, or just poor individuals storing in a particular storage memory card or something, Mr. President?
yes, mostly these are just individuals that they filed against, not the corporate entities.
So these are poor guys, unfortunately not aware of what they're doing, because you can all access this anyway in the internet, in online, or in different platforms, Mr. President. I just want to put
Yeah,
that on
could
record.
be hackers, individual hackers who operate online, not most no corporate entities mostly.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Well, again, it is my own opinion, it is my humble opinion that we need to abolish this, with all due respect to the employees of the Optical Media Board. Meron naman kayong palalagyan meron naman FTCP na nakasama po rin sa aking panukalang batas na mag-absorb sa inyo. Of course, being the former chairman of the Committee on Labor, of course, ayoko rin ma-displace kayo na mawala kayo ng trabaho. At syempre, of course, Senator Joel Villanueva will agree with me na of course, kailangan muna hanapan kayo ng trabaho bago ma-abolish itong Optical Media Board. Because I believe na talagang right now, the Optical Media Board is already irrelevant. That is my humble opinion. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, a manifestation will be made by the Minority Leader, taking into consideration the measure filed by the Honorable Senator Jinggoy Estrada, as well as the functions of the Optical Media Board, whose employees should not be displaced at the moment, Mr. President. They being headless right now administratively. So recognize again, Senator.
Thank you.
The
Thank you.
Minority Leader.
The
Thank you,
minority
Mr.
leader is
President.
recognized.
Thank you. With the permission of our chairman, to help us when we now encounter the substance of the points of Senator Estrada, especially the fact that he has filed a bill to abolish the Optical Media Board. So the budget, hindi naman maapektuhan yung budget ninyo kasi this is not the proper the proper forum for that. The budget of the Optical Media Board is 53 million. May we know how much is for the enforcement of your mandate?
The salaries is magkano yung salaries? Okay. So the regulatory is about 34 million, 34 million, 872. The personal services is about 21 million.
55 million ba? About sa committee report, Mr. Chairman? Sa notes ko kasi 53 million.
How much is the total? 50?
Huh? No, yes, we need the committee report figure.
Huh? 53 million is
53 million. So nabawas. Anong binawas natin doon sa regulatory siguro? The regulatory budget?
Yes, in the so in the 2024 GAA it was 64.24. In the 2025 it's now 53.028, representing a decrease of 11.2 million.
Oh, sige. Okay, so I think the prioritization for this agency is also reflected in its budget na as stated by the chairman, 11 million yung cut niya from last year's budget. So, okay, so I hope that the Optical Media Board will be able to fix their present problems, especially on the kahit OIC or the new head for the agency so that the signing authority matter can be fixed. So with that, Mr. President, we have heard the inputs of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. This is not the proper time to act on the a substantive bill. So at least nalaman na natin yung budget po nitong Optical Media Board. At any rate, ang usapan naman natin dun sa loob, if ever we abolish kasi an agency, we look at the personnel. We have to find a way to transfer them. Ganun naman yun eh. Ganun naman like sa creation ng DFW. Ganun yun. May mga offices na inabsorb na inalis from the DFA, linagay sa DMW. We made sure na wala pong affected na government employees, yung service in the government, continuous pa rin ang pag-compute. So, we will make sure of that. Okay? But marami po tayong mga eye-openers na ano dito na ipalabas po ngayong hapon. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. So, we have no objection if we approve the budget because they deserve it. They deserve to be paid their salaries and they are obligated to continue with their mandate until we make the substantive decision, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Estrada, I seek the floor. It's
Mr.
recognized.
President, maybe we can ask tomorrow, since tomorrow we'll be deliberating on the budget of the Office of the President, if I'm correct. Maybe we can ask the Executive Secretary to appoint the OIC of the Optical Media Board. Since, alam mo, no, talaga nakakawa sila kung wala silang, kung headless sila, if they're headless and nobody signs the vouchers for their salaries, talaga wala silang masisweldohan. So maybe tomorrow if we can ask the Executive Secretary under the Office of the President.
And perhaps to require the senior officers of the Optical Media Board to be present tomorrow likewise, Mr. President.
Are
So we
there
can-
any senior officers of the Optical Media Board? Yes. Yeah. Maybe you can be present during the deliberation of the budget of the Office of the President, and you can talk to the Executive Secretary.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Manifestations noted.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budget of the Optical Media Board be deemed submitted for the body's consideration, again, subject to the meeting to be facilitated by the Senate President pro tempore tomorrow.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Bases Conversion and Development Authority, the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, and again recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the subcommittee, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation.
May we ask the USAA to please restore order?
So, Mr. President, before the opening statement of our sponsor, just to be able to, for the orderly presentation of the budget, I have been informed that the head of the CEZA, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, is not with us this afternoon. Is that correct? She's not, yes? Is the mic on?
Kaya nga.
Hindi. We're in session.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hindi, that's so that we can
Yes, you are-
dispose of the matter or.
Okay, yes, Mr. President, I was informed by the CESA chairman that she begged off because they are currently in operations for the relief of Cagayan, which is the province of Cagayan, which, as we know now, is hit hard by a typhoon. So she is there now, conducting relief efforts.
Yes. Mr. President, with the permission of the chairperson, I have here in my possession a letter coming from Secretary Katrina Ponce Enrile, and it states that, and I quote, "We regret to inform that I will not be able to attend the budget hearing since I am still in Santa Ana, Cagayan, and is currently conducting relief operations in the municipalities of Santa Ana and Gonzaga, which are heavily devastated by Typhoon Marce." For the
Yes.
consideration,
And that's, I think, That's the third typhoon nata, the third
Yes, actually
consecutive typhoon
Yes.
to hit the area. So, no, we understand her absence for this afternoon session, but still we still want the agency head to be present before us during the budget season. So we are not taking it against her, but I hope that she will also not take it against us if we reschedule the budget for CESA, Mr. President.
If I can just make a comment, Mr. President, perhaps I also, given our timetable for the budget, I also don't want to make her rush home if she's because she's engaged in relief operations. You know, if we compel her to go, she might be compelled to come back, even though
No, I think November
the
19,
operations are going.
November 19 can accommodate CESA, Mr. President. As we can reset the consideration of the CESA budget to November 19. That should be sufficient time for Ms. Enrile to, Ponce Enrile to be with us.
And I understand, Mr. President, they're still being battered by a typhoon, Typhoon Nika.
Fourth na. Fourth what?
Mr. President.
The Senate President pro tempore is recognized.
I agree with the opinion of the minority leader that the head of the agency must always be present during the budget hearings in the plenary. But I think there is a valid excuse for the head of the agency not to attend in today's budget hearing because of the typhoon that struck her own province. Maybe if there is yung kanyang assistant, if she
Yeah.
has an assistant there.
Yeah, she
maybe
the chair the secretary is also sent two very ably qualified representatives, the acting department manager of finance, Mr. Rodrigo Pablo, and department manager of regulatory and employment, Novelin Achansar, who we believe can very well answer any questions that we might have regarding the budget of the CESA. So I think
for me-
the secretary will be ably represented by these
For me,
members.
it's a valid excuse in order for us to expedite the proceedings, or in order for us not to delay the budget proceedings or the budget of the Cagayan Economic Zone, if the minority
but-
leader would agree.
Well, is moving the day of the consideration of the budget already a delay, Mr. President? If it's still within the budget season or period that we have allotted for the law, for the bill, Mr. President. So I think November 19 would be a reasonable time period. But of course, kung masama pa rin ang panahon doon and she still cannot make it, we understand. We're not taking it against her actually. Nothing is taken against the agency or whatever, but we just want to meet with the head of the agency so that, the other agencies will know that we really require the head to be here. Look at Secretary of the DBM, si Amina Pangandaman. She came back yesterday, kahapon yun, Monday. And then si Secretary Roque of the DTI from UAE, dito, reset her trip, gano'n. So, we know they're also busy people. Sometimes may mga contingencies na ganito. But what's also basically wrong with just resetting it to November 19, which is still within our period, Mr.
Yes, I know.
President?
Yes, I totally agree with the minority leader. Since we have a lot of, we had already scheduled a deferment, no? This the housing agency on November 18.
18, yes.
Baka marami pang mga agencies na ma-reschedule pa sa November 18. That's why sa akin naman it is a valid excuse na
Yeah, my proposal is 19. That's our...
no, maybe if we will defer the budget deliberation of the Cagayan Economic Zone, maybe we'll do it on the 18th, not the 19th, if possible.
Yes, okay. It's a matter, I thought that 19 was the freer schedule. So, if the motion of the Senate President Pro Temp is November 18,
Yes.
but basically that's the idea.
Yeah.
We will defer it so that the chief of the head of the agency will be with us.
Yes, of course.
Pero kung meron pa talagang contingency, masama ang panahon, I mean,
Wala
Mr.
tayong magagawa.
President, we will not take it against the, ano kasi,
Quite
ano na yun, ano bang tawag mo doon? Force majeure. Oo, force majeure po yun. So nothing is taken against, pakisabi na lang po
Kasi by tradition, Mr. President, it is only the President of the Republic of the Philippines that we do not require his presence, his or her presence here. Even the Vice President herself, we do not require her presence here in the budget hearing due to courtesy. As a matter of courtesy.
Sige, yung mga tradition po, we will just talk about them when the issue crops up, kung kasi hindi nakasulat sa rules yan. Pero anyway, basta ganun.
Yes, Mr. President, just if I can add, of course, we will defer to the ruling of the chair. I just want to make, for the record, state that, of course, what's happening in Cagayan now is very extraordinary, that we have multiple typhoons hitting one after the other, and the damage is quite massive, and it's still ongoing as far as I know. So that's just I just would like to put it for the record that it is a very extreme circumstance. So it's not something that I'm sure they would do. It's not skipping this hearing is not something they would do unless it's the most extraordinary of circumstances, which it is now. So just for the information of the committee, I just like to say that.
I think we should also ask the chairman what is his preferred date, November 18 or 19? Kasi kayo po magde-defend naman.
Yes. I can. Of course, I will adjust. Of
I will
course,
adjust. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we have settled the issue. So Majority
Yes, so-
Leader, what would
Yes,
I think we
Majority
can
Leader.
excuse Cesar.
Yes, Mr. President. The Cagayan Zone Economic Development, Cagayan Zone Economic Zone Authority's budget would be, deliberations would be rescheduled on the 18th, Mr. President.
If there is objection, then the motion of the majority leader is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, to continue with the budgets of the BCDA, Basis Conversion Development Authority, as well as the Zamboanga City Special Economic Authority, I move that we recognize Senator Mark Villar and to interpolate the Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. President, yes.
Yes, the sponsor, again, Sir Mark Villar, may now continue.
Yes, Mr. President, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, or BCDA, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, or the ZEZA, for fiscal year 2025. For the next fiscal year, the allocated budget of the BCDA per the committee report is 2.602 billion pesos. And the allocated budget of the ZEZA per the committee report is 308.35 billion pesos. The BCDA is mandated to create economic opportunities for the country through public-private partnerships that push for vital infrastructure such as tollways, airports, seaports, and major real estate developments. They are also one of the key agencies driving the Build Better More program while strengthening our armed forces. Mr. President, the Subcommittee M is further proposing an additional 530 million pesos for BCDA for the expansion of the apron and runway to provide additional operation space for the Clark Airport, which could cater to the forecasted 30 million passengers by 2027 and the forecasted cargo tonnage of 696,582 by the same year. The expansion of the airport facilities aims to achieve nonstop operations in the airport and to accommodate the demand for logistics carriers operating the airport while ensuring the safe movement of the aircraft. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your extensive support in the approval of the BCDA and the ZEZA budget. It's all in our best interest to see the effective discussion of their budgets as it will impact the conduct of their future projects. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I proceed, with the sponsor? Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes. Per my information, as a BCDA has a corporate operating budget, I think, and then you requested for a subsidy in the total amount of 9.9 billion pesos. Is that an accurate information?
They requested for a 9.9 billion peso budget, but what was approved by the DBM was 2.102.
And then our committee added 530 million as explained by our chairman sa runway pala to.
That is correct.
Pang runway.
To expand the
Yes, so-
function of the airport.
So ang ending natin would be 2.6 billion. So kung i-subtract ko yun sa 9.9, ano yun, mga 7.3? 7.3. So yun yung mga ungranted of the requested projects of BCDA. What would be the project which would be most affected by the
Well, there's
non-granting of the amount?
a big part is the delays in the following of the capex projects. A lot of the infrastructure projects, for instance, the military replication projects, of which a 5.3 billion peso budget was requested and only 1.2 was granted. Also, a major component of the budget was the NCC road projects, of which they requested 2.7 approximately, and 600 million was granted. And of course, we were able to bring back originally the original proposal for the Clark Airport was 1.011 billion, and what was granted was only 30 million. But now we are recommending through the committee that we increase that again, as mentioned earlier.
So what's the total COB of PCDA?
The corporate operating budget is about 8 billion.
8 billion. Sige pa. 2.1 of which will come in the form of a subsidy. So more or less mga 6 billion yung internally generated funds ninyo. And where are these coming from?
These comes from their sale and joint venture contracts.
Pero kung sale, mga one-time ano lang yun, di ba? One-time inflow. So, ano yung mga steady, ano nyo? What's the steady amount of the recurring income or revenue of BCDA?
This FBDC dividends amount to about 1 billion. And of course, they have contracts with other operators such as Market, which they're approximately generates an income of maybe about 300 million a year. So that's just it. Yes, and also the Esitex, which gives an income of about 2 billion. So these are the sources of income,
Yes.
among the sources of income.
Sige po. So, the sponsor mentioned the military replication projects. Can you give us more information? What is that all about?
Yes, one example is the Marines transferred to Bataan. Before, the Marines were stationed in near Fort Bonifacio. Their whole base is being relocated to Bataan. So that's part of is part of the military replication budget.
Marami-rami pa po ito nasa pipeline.
That's just one.
Itong so-called military replication project.
And the other ones are Air Force related. So there's quite a number.
Kasi may amount na not funded by the subsidy. So that means in future years, meron pang activities under the military replication projects.
Yes, mostly Air Force. There's a lot of Air Force relocation, and Navy are major components of the military replication budget.
Thank you. The Virology Institute is mentioned under the development of the new Clark City project. May we know what is the role of BCDA in the establishment of the Virology Institute?
Well, the BCDA is responsible for the construction of the access road leading to the Virology Institute.
Nasa 2025 budget na po yung construction of the access road?
For the road construction, yes, there is a budget in 2025 for the...
How much po?
The budget is about 300 million.
So meaning to say yung site pala, ano na, determined na yung site kasi
The
yes.
DPWH will construct the Virology Institute.
Yes, the construction of the premises or the building DPWH.
That's correct, the
Construction of
DPWH.
the access road BCDA. So meaning to say that determine na natin where it will be. So sa loob siya ng ano, it's inside the New Clark City.
At this point, the Virology Institute is 60% completed, and it is located in New Clark
New
City.
Clark City. Oh, sige, okay. 60% complete na pala. Oo. Just one item in the COA report. COA noted that 138 parcels of land with an aggregate area of 126.6 million square meters acquired by BCDA through purchase or transfer have remained untitled in the name of BCDA. So can the BCDA update us on this
The
issue?
PCD has taken many steps to address those concerns, and these are some of the steps. One, for the titled parcels, the BCDA has successfully titled 51 parcels of land encompassing a total area of 169,325 square meters under the BCDA's name. And in designated areas, 27 parcels with a combined area of 764,427 square meters have been allocated for infrastructure purposes such as roads, creeks, and easements. And we can supply you, there's actually 3, 4, many points here, up to 10 points of what the
Yes.
steps are
Yes.
taking. We can furnish to your,
Yeah.
Mr. President, with a list of all their steps. It's quite numerous.
Yes,
but,
thank you.
Yes.
And I hope that in subsequent years, medyo itong COA observation na to dandahan mawala, maubos, or ma-address. Is the BCDA a contributor to the AFP modernization program? Isa ba yan sa mga mandates po ninyo?
Yes. Yes, in fact, the AFP is the biggest beneficiary of the disposition proceeds and received 59.71 billion pesos, equivalent to 42% of the total disposition proceeds generated since 1993.
Pero ito 59 billion remitted by the BCDA to the AFP modernization program over how many years po ito?
Well, since 1993, so
okay, since 1993.
that's about 31 years.
In case our resource person knows, no, just for this representation's education, kasi meron kaming item kasi na AFP modernization program, 50 billion yun. So that is separate. Yung riniremit ninyo is over and above that amount or part of that amount?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President. It's over and above that amount.
The BCDA remits directly to the AFP?
It remits directly to the Bureau of Treasury.
Additional. Okay.
And
so
this year they remitted 4.01 billion.
4.0. So, okay, so meaning to say that the line item for the AFP modernization program is not the only amount or that the AFP receives for their modernization program. Meron kayo for 2024, naka-add kayo ng 4 billion. So, close to 10% actually. So congratulations to the BCDA. Is your charter about to expire? Tama po ba yan? About to expire o matagal pa mag-expire?
It is expiring in 18 years.
In 18 years pa?
Yes, 18 years.
18 years pa. Okay, matagal pa pala. So, thank you for that information, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, well, if BCDA has been remitting 4 billion to the AFP modernization program, I think we should congratulate the agency, Mr. President, for fulfilling one of its main objectives. So, thank you to the BCDA and to our chairman. So that's all for the BCDA. is the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority also under consideration now?
Yes, it is.
Sabay na
that's
po.
correct.
Opo, sige.
And I'd like to just to mention for the record that we mentioned earlier the increase was 530 that we recommended. I just want to state for the record that it's 500 million, just so that
Correct, okay. So
just
500
for,
million, correct.
just for the record.
So,
Thank you.
I corrected my notes, so it's really 500 million. Apo. Salamat. It's still for the same purpose, no? The apron of the
Yes, that is correct.
runway. Dito po sa Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone, it is also operating under a corporate operating budget. And it is requesting the amount of 308 million pesos. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, under the NEP and the House GAB, the budget of the ZEZA is 308.35 million pesos.
But I've been informed that this is not, the amount is not entirely to be treated as a subsidy. Can the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority educate this representation na tama ba yun? It's not entirely to be treated as a subsidy. Merong equity and subsidy. Can this be explained to this representation?
Yes, they're saying that of the budget, there's the maintenance and other operating expenses, which is 43.35, and capital outlay of 265 million
Yes, ano yun?
for infrastructure. So
Yes, sa nature of the expense yun. Pero yung in your books, when you now receive the 308 million, what is it in your books? Saan mo nakuha itong inequity? Di naman sinasabi.
it's a combination of subsidy and equity.
Yes, can you explain the equity part? Tama, ilang agencies ang ganito pag-treat? Kasi parati ko inisip, subsidy lang. Subsidy, so MOE lang.
So the cost of the capital outlay will be booked as part of their equity, from what I.
And in writing na lang po, Mr. Chairman, kasi most of in majority of cases we encounter just a subsidy. So yung sa GAA namin when we give an amount to a GOCC, it's really a subsidy. I think sa CESA and sa inyo part subsidy, part equity. So subscription, there's a subscription payment for the subscription of the national government in your shares of stock.
Mr. Chair, I think this is something that the DBM has also is part of what is behind, I guess, as part of the regarding this capital outlay. Perhaps we can also ask for a more extensive explanation from the CES and because it's a little corporate. I think we need a little. Perhaps we can submit a statement from the DBM and the ZEZA to give us a more. I think I understand what you're getting at, Mr. Chairman. I just think perhaps if we can submit the
Yes,
answer to you in writing
in
to give
writing.
us a more adequate explanation for the difference between the capital outlay, I think, and capital and considered as
equity.
additional equity.
Yes, treated.
Because as we know, capital outlay is infrastructure expenditures, but we're talking about when you talk about additional equity, that's a different.
Correct.
We're talking accounting practices already. So perhaps if you can give us, I think we'll be able to give you a better explanation in writing with.
In
with
writing na lang
coordinates
po.
with the
In
DBM.
writing na lang po. Just for transparency's sake, and then to better understand your agencies, your corporate entities budget. Kasi we also want to help you. Meron po tayong Asian Halal Center as part of our expenditure. 135 million. Tama po ba ito?
It's here. The Asian Halal Center is 135. Yes. That is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Kasi yesterday, last night, we had the DTI secretary with us. Isa yan sa projects niya. Kasi she just came from the UAE. I think yung SM counterpart doon, a very big retail store, Lulu. I think that's LULU. They are willing to accept Philippine products, but they must be halal certified when it comes to food items. No, so as far as the authority is concerned, has Philippine law pinpointed the halal certification authority for the Philippines or here in the Philippines? Is that halal center under your authority meant to be the halal certification authority?
It's part of the program, but it's not the body obviously that certifies. The nature of the halal sector is it will be leased out to those who are selling halal products, and it's an income generating infrastructure for the ZEZA. So that's the nature. It's not really meant to be a
Certification body.
certification center or
So it's a physical place where halal certified products
can be sold.
And you want to be known as that, as the host for the location of this. Okay, so 135 million pesos to construct the premises. Okay, but as far as you know,
I mentioned selling. It's also manufacturing, actually. So
Manufacturing.
people who manufacture
Yes.
halal can also use.
pero certified yun. As far as you know, who would be the halal certifying authority here in the Philippines?
Yes, in fact they've mentioned two agencies. The DA is one of them, and who are, although it's not clear yet who's the single entity who will decide.
Yes.
There are two entities who've been mentioned that can certify, that are allowed to certify.
What did our resource persons mention? The two agencies, which one?
There's one that's located in the Basilan, and they mentioned the DA. So those are the two. There's another one mentioned in Basilan. Yes. Yes.
See, how can you claim to be selling only halal certified products kung what mark or label will you be looking for before you will allow the selling of the product in your halal center? Dapat may idea din po kayo.
Yeah, they have a MOA with the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, and they will provide them with the accreditation. They will help expedite, and they will.
Doon nyo dinaan.
Yes,
Kasi
that's who their MOA is with.
Yes.
So they will be the ones to.
So you pass the responsibility to the MCA and NCMF to certify na this is halal product. Okay. So we will have to ask the NCMF for the same question. Who will they trust for the halal certification? Siguro ano na lang po, in writing na lang po on the sources of revenue of the authority. So you have 308 million pesos, but your COB is 392 million. Tama po ba yan? Am I correct? The corporate operating budget.
That is correct.
Oh, so you have, in effect, you have around 83 to 84 million pesos of locally generated funds that you can rely on. Yes.
They can generate themselves.
They can generate this. That's the parang that's a constant amount every year in, year out you earn.
Yes, that's a constant. More or less, that's their break even. They break even with that amount.
You break even with that amount. What do you mean break even? But you ask funds from the national government. Bigay yata kami na bigay din sa inyo year in, year out. So
yeah, that's 80 million, but they expect that there will be an increase. That's why one of the, like I said earlier, this infrastructure is also income generating. So hopefully they'll be able to increase that amount significantly in the near future.
Sige, okay. Sige po, we wish you all the best, the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. Pasalamat tayo, meron tayong eco zone dyan sa Mindanao. But we need to understand your experience para kung maganda, paramihan natin ang economic zone sa Mindanao, Mr. President. But kayo, lead the way, and show us some publications siguro. Pag mayabang naman natin yung mga achievements natin, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President,
Thank
we will certainly furnish you with all the information.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Thank you to the authority. Thank you to our sponsor.
Mr. President, there being no other reservations for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: the Basis Conversion and Development Authority and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, the Philippine Nutrition Council, the Philippine National AIDS Council, budgetary support to government corporations, the Lung Center of the Philippines, the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the Philippine Children's Medical Center, the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, the Philippine Heart Center, and the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of Subcommittee D of the Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation, and we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano and Senator Raffy Tulfo to interpellate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have an opening statement. The gentleman may wish to sit down first. Mr. President, the total new appropriation of the Department of Health and its attached agencies and corporations under the Senate Committee report is 277,995,747,000 pesos. The breakdown is as follows. For the Department of Health Office of Secretary, 277,425,590,000 pesos. For the National Nutrition Council, 519,873,000 pesos. For the Philippine National AIDS Council, 50,284,000 pesos. For the Lung Center of the Philippines, 850,185,000 pesos. National Kidney and Transplant Institute, 1,986,886,000 pesos. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, 1,774,216,000 pesos. For the Philippine Heart Center, 2,652,920,000 pesos. For the Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, total new appropriations of 176,726,000 pesos. For Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, total new appropriation of 68,719,010,000 pesos. Furthermore, this representation would like to thank the Chairman, Senator Grace Poe, for accepting our amendments, the Office of Secretary, the development of RITM's anti-venom production, and the upgrading of their technology, equipment, and facilities to boost production efforts, and the procurement of rabies vaccines to address the projected animal bites expected this year. For the Lung Center of the Philippines, in line with my tobacco control advocacy, the smoking cessation program, or the quit line. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the construction of phase 1 of the new 8-story outpatient department OPD building. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, the renovation of existing and construction of new PCMC buildings. And for the Philippine Heart Center, various programs like the training of advanced heart failure teams, subsidy of heart transplantation for charity patients, and the procurement of heart transplant equipment and mechanical circulatory support devices, replacing 10-year-old machines. These are all part of our commitments to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into our National Development Plan and policies, specifically SDG 3, ensuring healthy lives and promote the well-being at all ages. Mr. President, before we proceed with the interpellation, I would just like to point out that in 2012, we passed the Syntax Reform Act, RA 10351, and then again, another syntax law in 2020. These laws increased the excise taxes on alcohol, tobacco, and later for vapes. Just to give our colleagues an idea, when we started in 2014, the collection was 33.9 billion. In 2017, this was almost doubled actually. In 2018, it was 66.55 billion. In 2020, it was 93.57 billion. And in 2024, the collection so far is 184.5 billion. This is a lot of funding that has contributed to healthcare, Mr. President. But today, we still see a lot of problems in the healthcare sector. Napakarami pa rin Pilipino ang nakapila, whether sa PCSO, sa PAGCOR, sa Office ng Mayor, sa Office ng Governor, sa Office ng mga Senador, at humihingi po ng mga guarantee letter, humihingi po ng pondo para sa kanilang pangangailangan pag sila ho ay na-ospital, sa kanilang mga treatment. We can do so much better than this than to see our kababayans lining up like this, Mr. President. Kasi may pondo naman tayo. It is really a matter of managing our resources properly and putting them into good news. Marami din, at kanina po sa lounge, I speak on behalf of Senator Lauren Legarda and Senator Cynthia Villar, but it is also something I was going to bring up. Maraming hindi nakakaalam kung ano ho ang benepisyong matatanggap nila sa PhilHealth. Kailangan pa ng matinding information campaign. I have a very sad story to share. Si Father Rocky of Tuloy Foundation introduced me to 3 street children. Yung isang bata duling at kinupkup niya ito dun sa Tuloy sa Alabang, no? And they are given a home, they are given education, and nakakapaglaro pa sila ng football at kung ano pa man. So nung sinabi niya dun sa bunso na duling, sabi niya, oh halika ha, schedule kita ng appointment sa doktor para yung mata mo makakita ka ng maliwanag. Yung bata umiiling-iling at ayaw, parang nagtatago sa likod ng kuya niya. To make a long story short, tinanong niya yung kuya, bakit takot ba sa doktor? Sabi ng kuya, hindi po, wala po kaming pambayad. So at that tender young age, they already have this concept na kung wala kang pambayad, huwag kang pupunta sa doktor. So we want to change that. I'm addressing the agencies, no? Kailangan alam nila na meron silang matatanggap na tulong at sa iba pang sitwasyon at sana mas marami pang sitwasyon, libre na dapat talaga tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapagamot. Then again, yung nabanggit ko ang collection natin sa Syntax, ang laki ding contribution dapat dyan ang gagaling sa vapes. Nasa news naman po na marami hong hindi nagbabayad ng tamang buwis dito sa mga e-cigarettes and vapes. So kasama yan sa problema natin, pero kasama din sa problema natin ang paglaganap ng paggamit ng kabataan. At yan ay napakalaking issue na na-foresee na natin, kaya nga sinabi natin na kailangan yung age ng access is 21 years old, kailangan ng jurisdiction, nasa Department of Health and FDA, at kailangan walang flavors. Pero challenge ko po sa ating lahat ngayon, mag-Google ho kayo ngayon, pumunta kayo sa kahit anong app na nagbebenta, makakakita kayo ng mga pinagbabawal na vape na ang tina-target yung mga kabataan. So that remains to be a problem for all of us kasi sayang lang yung pagre-raise natin ng funds kung hindi naman natin magagamot itong mga batang to dahil bata pa lang, sininghot na nila ang masasamang chemicals na kinalalamnan yan. And finally, itong vaccination. For the longest time, isa po tayo sa top na kasama po tayo dun sa top na unvaccinated na mga kabataan. The good news is, natanggal na ho tayo sa listahan na yon. Pero hindi ho pa tayo pwedeng mag-celebrate dahil napakababa pa rin ng coverage natin. Nasa 62% pa lang. And with that, our infants, our children, they remain vulnerable to these deadly health conditions na pag sila ho ay tinamaan, yung iba dyan nakakamatay. We need more health promotion so our mothers, our grandparents, fathers will understand the importance of vaccination. So with that, we're ready to accept the interpellation of our colleagues. I believe Senator Raffy Tulfo is the first in line.
We recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. My first question is regarding vape. Meron ho bang makapagsabi sa akin from the DOH or FDA, ano po yung chemical that goes into vape?
Well, actually, Mr. President, maraming chemicals talaga yan. Kaya nga ang mga health advocates and ang mga doktor, hindi ho sila nilalabanan nila yung paniniwala na itong mga pagve-vape healthier dahil napakaraming chemicals. Lalo na ho yung mga may flavor, hindi pa nga natin alam minsan kung ano yung nandyan dahil yung mga small companies kung ano-anong nilalagay. But as the question has been asked, I will now give a more technical answer. But I do know that it varies. Not one company has a single list of ingredients. This is according to DTI, no? Kasi as his honor knows, napunta yung jurisdiction doon. Pero ang kadalasan na laman na harmful, I'm going to read just the harmful ones, no? Acrolein, acrylamide, acetamide, acetaldehyde, hydroxycarbonyls, dicarbonyls, propylene oxide, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Ito po ay mga kinikilalang may mga carcinogens. And then of course, yung mas kilalang harmful talaga ay yung nicotine at yung formaldehyde.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Formaldehyde, yan po ating ginagamit pang imbalsamo, if I'm not mistaken. So, ibig sabihin, buhay pa yung mga nagbe-vape, inimbalsamo na. Parang gano'n natang lumilitaw. So, ano pong ginagawa ng FDA natin para masiguro na itong mga chemicals, especially minention ni Madam Sponsor, mailagay doon sa karton sa label para yung mga may balak pa lamang mag-vape, mag-research sila, makikita nila yung mga chemicals na nakasulat doon, then hindi na sila ma-encourage na mag-vape. And then yung mga iba na nagbe-vape na, pag nakita nila yung nakasulat doon yung formaldehyde at alam nila ipang imbalsa mo yon, baka tumigil sila. So, pwede bang magkaroon ng sistema na ngayon ang DOH and FDA in coordination with the DTI na para ilagay na yung mga chemicals that goes into vape doon pa lamang sa karton, sa labeling?
Then, that is precisely the issue that this representation raised when the law regulating e-cigarettes and vapes was passed because the jurisdiction was transferred to DTI. So in that sense, natatali ang kamay ng DOH and FDA, even though I'm always prodding them to be more active because the law itself gave the jurisdiction to DTI. So yung listahan ng mga ingredients na yan, I actually spoke to the secretary, the acting secretary of DTI yesterday kasi kahapon po yung kanilang budget deliberation. Kasi bago po siya, so tinanong ko siya kung ano yung ginagawa nila about it. And according to her, they have sent out advisories to all these companies to submit the list kasi lumagpas na po yung deadline for submitting their registration, which includes the list of ingredients. So once na matanggap nila yon, noted lang sa kanila yung list na yon. Kasi nga po, Mr. President, si DTI, wala naman siyang capacity, hindi ho sila mga doktor. So that is the sad reality. Kaya kanina, before we officially started, I was also telling the secretary na, ano bang pwede natin gawin para matulungan sila dahil they're incapable of doing that job. Even though the secretary assured me na nagmamalasakit siya at ayaw din niya ng ganon. Pero sabi ko, baka pwede kayong mag-usap dahil bago din ang secretary. Anong bagong direksyon ang pwede natin kunin within the bounds of the law kasi nga nabigay yung jurisdiction sa DTI.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. In other countries like Singapore and China, banned na yung vapes, especially
Yes,
sa US, banned na rin yung mga flavor vapes, as you did mention, Madam Sponsor. So, hindi ba natin magawa yan dito sa Pilipinas kung nagawa ng ibang bansa na i-ban yung vapes? Special flavor vapes muna. Kasi yun yung very attractive to sa mga youth eh. Yung may mga flavor, strawberry, apple, etc. Yun yung very attractive sa mga bata. So, kung hindi na talaga natin mapigilan na payagan na magkaroon ng vape dito sa Pilipinas, at least man lang yung flavors, pagbawal para hindi mainganyo yung mga kabataan na gumamit ng vape.
What are you for the banning of flavors? Okay. 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 So, Mr. President, just a brief history to put on record for all our colleagues and listeners. Nung natakil yung syntax law, I think that was 2019, yun nga pinasok po as syntax law which included some provision. Well, it included the taxation of vapes. That's why doon sa law na yon, we included a provision that limited the sale of vape to no flavor and plain tobacco, yung normal na flavor ng tobacco and menthol. Kaya lang nung inamend itong law na ito at pumasa ito, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 or 22, which I voted against, napasok na yung iba-ibang flavors. Nandun yung parang supposedly, and I really emphasize, supposedly safeguards na wag daw attractive to the children. Pero the reality is, once you open that definition, it's there. So mag-aaway-away tayo what's attractive to the kids. And now, yun nga, one click, you will see all of these, mga cartoon characters, mga pink floral, etc. So the secretary said na ang stand nila is against flavors. First of all, bawal nga sa bata, but the fact that it is attractive to the young people and the kids, na-attract nga sila. And ang stand nila is bawal sa bata. Dapat bawal ang flavors din. Yan ang stand nila. Pero like I said, there is a law that we passed. And this representation actually has a bill to revert to the original law that limits the flavors drastically to just plain tobacco flavor. Tapos yung menthol, gusto ko nang tanggalin na rin yun.
So, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, so wala na tayong magawa tungkol dito sa pagpasok, paglaganap, dito mga flavored vapes. So wala na, dahil batas na po yan, hindi na ho natin magawa ng paraan na magkaroon man lang ng regulation to ensure na ito mga flavored vapes ay hindi mapunta sa mga kabataan. Kasi ito pong gustong-gusto mga bata as young as 15, 16 years old. May kita mo, may hawak-hawak na mga vapes, mga estudyante, mga eskwelahan. So how do we go about making sure na ma-stop to, yung mga bata ay hindi magagamit ng vape?
Magagawa in the sense that yung implementation ng batas na bawal sa bata. Kasi yung bawal sa bata, bawal talaga. Kaya lang, yung in-expect na nga natin ng mangyari, pinayagan nyo, binabaan yung age dahil dati sinabi natin bawal at 21 years. Ngayon, ginawa mong 18. Ngayon nga yung 18, kadalasan yan, high school, pinayagan mo na. So yung makita ng mga grade 7, grade 8, na yung grade 12, pwede na palang mag-vape, nakakahawa po yun sa pananaw ng mga bata, di ba? And then yung flavors na pinayagan na nga, the most that DOH and FDA can do is, according to the Secretary, they have already met with PNP for the implementation. Like meron po yan yung bawal ang pagbebenta 100 meters from the schools. Actually, for His Honor's information, yung akin pong amendment nung dinidebate namin yan is 200 meters. Natalo po ako. Hindi naman tinanggap yung aking amendment. So sige, lapit pa natin sa eskwelahan. Yan ang pumasa dito sa atin. So I share His Honor's concerns, and kung sasamahan ako ng ating kasama, yung bill po natin is, I'm sure papayagan po tayo ng ating chairman ng Committee on Health na ma-prioritize ang pagdinig noon, kasi yun lang talaga yung best na magagawa natin. Pero as to whether papasayan sa House, hindi ko po alam. Sana dito sa Senate, mapapasaman lang natin.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I would like to ask the sponsor if she will join me in the motion, my request to suspend the rules, so I may hear from the officers of the DOH and NCMH directly their answers to my questions.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the good senator, there is a motion here to suspend the rules. And most probably the underlying reason would be to ask directly the cabinet member concerned.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended. Session resumed.
President, the motion here is to suspend the rules to enable Senator Tulfo to ask directly Secretary Ted Herbosa. I join said motion, Mr. President.
All right. So is there any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, after conferring with our colleague, we have no objections. We will give that to our colleague. However, may I know who His Honor would like to direct his questions to? Because baka wala dito.
My question concerns about National Center for Mental Health.
So sino po? Is it the secretary or the head, the director?
If the head of the director is not
Oo, kasi
present.
hindi na,
so-
ang normal ho na pinapapunta natin yung sa mga GOCC, yung mga lung center, NKTI. So, wala ho yung taong yun.
So maybe the
Gusto
USEC
niyong
or
patawag
ASEC,
natin?
yeah, maybe the USEC or ASEC
Pero-
can call, maski na siguro over the phone. USEC in charge.
Perhaps Senator Tulfo is referring to the Undersecretary in charge. Said office.
Which is for NCR, Regional Director of NCR. Ang nandito po is the Regional Director for NCR, and under doon yung center. Is that acceptable to His Honor?
That's very acceptable,
Okay.
Madam Sponsor.
Sige. In that case, we have no objection, Mr. President. We just wanted to clarify that.
All right. So Majority Leader? Hindi pa. So is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
So this is ASEC? Regional Director. So wait. There is also an ASEC. Valencia. Doctor. Yeah. There is also an Assistant Secretary in charge. It is ASEC, Dr. Ariel Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
S8. Yan ba yung bago? Okay. Nag-change sila ng pattern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know who would like to answer my question, whether it's ASEC Ariel Valencia ba o Regional Director Rio Magbantay. Taas lang pong kamay, sino ko pong volunteer na sasagot sa mga katanungan ko. Yung naka-black na jacket, your Regional Director Magbantay. Okay, thank you, sir. Last year, ako po'y nag-conduct ng surprise inspection sa National Center of Mental Health. At tad po ng violation ang aking nakita, na diskubre, at tad po ng korupsyon, lumitaw. Aware po kayo doon sa mga nangyari sa National Center for Mental Health. Pinost ko po yun sa social media account ko at yun po ay lumabas sa news at na-interview ko ilang beses. So maybe meron po kayo idea tungkol doon sa problema. Ano po? Umpisa na po natin dito kay Director Noel Reyes. Siya po ating Director ng NCMH.
Yes po, siya po yung bagong director po ng NCMH.
Correct. Kilala niyo po si Dr. Alden Cuyos?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ko po kilala. I was the director of NCR last January 15 lang po ako nag-start, Your Honor.
Kasi nga po, itong si Dr. Alden Cuyos, napakakurap po ito. As a matter of fact, nasampahan po siya ng kaso sa NBI dahil sa kasong korupsyon. At that time, siya ay head ng Bids and Awards Committee sa infra, sa supplies and equipments. Tatlo po yun, kinasuhan siya. So, nung kinasuhan siya sa NBI, at hindi ko alam kung ano na nangyari doon sa kaso, at nakakapagtaka bakit hindi po siya sinampahan ng kasong admin. And yet, na-promote pa po yung Mokong, nabigyan pa po na mas magandang posisyon. Bakit po? Mokong means yung tao.
Yan.
Sa halip po na pagpapahingin muna, delikadesa, out of delikadesa, i-transfer muna sa ibang posisyon, binigyan pa po ng mas juicy position. Ba't po nagkaganon?
Your Honor, gusto ko lang po i-refer yung sinasabi niyo po kay ASEC Ariel Valencia. If it's okay with you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. ASEC, so ASEC Ariel Valencia.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Actually po, based po dun sa directive noon, meron pong dito na investigation po na ginawa for this. Kasama po rito, base po dun sa minutes po, ay nagkaroon po ng investigation, the role actions of certain engineer, Porino, in the misappropriation plans allocated for SMH projects and any conflicts of interest involving government officials. So far, yung po kasing name po na sinabi na promote, we look into that po, Mr. Chair. Kasi dito po sa record po namin, I'm sorry, wala po kasi yung ating medical center chief who will know better po yung details of these concerns po.
During the last hearing, Mr. President, I spoke to Director Noel Reyes at sinabi ko sa kanya itong problema. Sabi niya, under review daw yung status ni Dr. Cuyos. So it's been more than almost a year or a year now since then. At gusto ko lang malaman kung ano po naging resulta ng review na yun at ano bang lumilitaw sa review na yun, kung fit ba siya para sa posisyon na binigay sa kanya bilang committee chair pa rin ng Bids and Awards Committee. Siya pa rin po ang committee chair ng Bids and Awards Committee sa supplies and equipment. Dati na po siyang kinasuhan dahil sa korupsyon. So sabi po, ang mga nagkaso, mga kasama niya po, if I'm not mistaken, isa po sa mga nagkaso sa kanya, pinatay. Inambush para ma-silence. And mismo yung pong triggerman, dalawa po sila umamin at nagtututuro kung sino yung mga kasamahan. At isa sa mga naituro, pointing to Cuyos as isa sa mga possible na kasabwat hanggang sa nakapag-file ng case sa NBI. And now, bakit na-promote? Bakit nabigyan pa ng posisyon to? Di ba dapat sabihin na natin dahil hindi pa siya napapatunayan sa korte? Okay lang yon. Huwag mo na siyang sibakin. Pero at least man lang, alisin siya dun sa kanyang posisyon, ilagay sa ibang posisyon. I don't care. Pwede siya maging head ng janitorial services. Pwede siya maging head ng mga gardener. Pwede siya maging head ng motor pool. Huwag lang po dun sa supplies and equipments chief ng Bids and Award na kung saan doon nga po siya nasasangkot sa anomalya.
Mr. Chair, if I may po. We'll check on this po, Mr. Chair, and make an appropriate action po. Sabihan yung Chief of Hospital as you recommended po na alisin po dun sa position po. Kasi sa ngayon po wala po sa amin.
Kasi nga po, ito pong si Cuyos, bata sarado po ito ni Director Noel Reyes. Bata-bata po niya ito. So, sampal po sa atin lahat na itong isang taong sinampahan ng kasong korupsyon sa halip na pagpahingahin o sibakin, pinabayaan lang na mamayagpag pa rin sa same positions para patuloy na mangurakot muli.
Reason po, Mr. Chair, the said person is the present Chief of Medical Professional Staff.
Bawasan na po natin yung kahiyan na dulot nitong si Cuyos. Baka pwede po, sir, reviewin niyo po yung records niya. Baka pwedeng pakisibak na itong taon to kasi nakakainit ng ulo na meron dyan mga ibang tao, kunting akusasyon lang sa korupsyon, tinatanggal agad. Samantalang ito, matindi yung kasong pinal sa kanya. Wala man lang kayong pinal na admin case. Although meron pinal sa NBI, criminal case, pero admin case wala, parang kinukonsinte. So pwede ho ba, sir, pakisibak na muna itong si Cuyos? Para, total mag-retire naman siya, marami na atang naipon to.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the central office will act on this for immediate action po, as assured by the Secretary.
So can you get back to us Gusto ko sana, before the end of this year, sibak na po itong taon to. Kasi po, kung hindi, babalikan ko kayo, sir, at magpapakita pa ako ng more evidence at mapapahiya po kayo lahat dyan sa NCMH, sa DOH.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll look into that and make an appropriate action based po sa inyo pong recommendation po.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Now, doon po sa pagkain, 80 million ang budget para sa pagkain ng lahat ng mga pasyente. Now, in-outsource, lumundag sa 300 million. It doesn't make sense. Okay na sana dun sa 80 million at ang nag-prepare ng food ay in-house. Meron tayong dietitian, meron tayong mga cook, meron tayong kumpletong personnel, may kitchen tayo, etc. At doon piniprepare. Now, bakit natin in-outsource at 300 million ang gagastusin o ginastos? Para naghahanap tayong pagwawaldasan ng pera. At that time, ang binigay na reason sa akin ni Dr. Reyes ay paimbestigahan daw niya, pero ang reason ay dahil yun daw po ang request ng dating director, predecessor niya, because of pilferage. Dahil lang sa pilferage, kailangan kumuha daw ng i-outsource yung pagkikater at magdagdag ng another 220 million on top. Bakit po? Does it make sense, sir? Does it connect?
It doesn't make sense po, Mr. Chair.
At ang balita ko po ngayon, that was last year, ngayon na po, 400 million. Umaakyat na umaakyat.
Mr. Chair, we'll check on this and the central office will be handling this po, not the hospital director.
Maybe,
The central office.
since nandito po yung ating butihing DOH Secretary, baka pwedeng, Mr. Secretary, ibalik nyo na lang po sa in-house yung catering. Mas makatipid pa po yung gobyerno natin. Marami po mapagastusan doon sa 220 million or 320 million na pagkakaalam ko for this year.
Yes po, kung Mr. President, kung talagang yun ang makakamura ang government,
Yes.
we'll follow that procedure.
So, by the end of this year, I need you to get back to this committee and to me para mapakita sa amin na seryoso po kayo sa ating pinag-usapan ngayon, hindi po puro sat-sat lang, at maibalik na po sa in-house yung pong catering, sir, yung pagkikater sa pagkain ng mga patients.
We will Mr. President, we will ask all our central office staff to be able to update you before the end of the year
Okay.
on the results of our investigation.
Now, isa po sa mga napansin ko when I was there, when I visited yung NCMH, may mga wards doon na dapat ang capacity lang ng patients for a certain room or cell, whatever you call it, is 10. Pero sinisiksik up to 40 people. Ang balita ko hanggang ngayon, ganun pa rin daw po. I was informed na gagawa ng paraan na ma-decongest po yung mga overcrowded na mga pavilion. Mga wards. Especially itong forensic wards in particular. Kaawa-awa po, nung pumunta po ako doon, meron doon yung mga patients na nagmamakaawa. Sabi nila, ibalik na lang ako doon sa kulungan, the forensic ward na dinala muna sa NCMH under observation kasi meron silang nagawa while their cases are being processed sa korte. Now, 10 lang dapat ang capacity ng ward na yon at 40 sila nagsisiksikan. Amoy ihi, walang banig, walang kumot, mainit, malamok, para naman sila mga animal. Yan po ba yung na-address? Ang sasagutin niyo po, yes, but hindi pa rin po base po sa aking informante. Palibasa ho ba ng mga pasyente na may problema sa pag-iisip? So, papabayaan na natin, hindi natin naalagaan.
Mr. Chair, we'll look into that po. Kasi together po ng nabanggit nyo kanina, there are certain patients na ikinumit po or ordered po na i-admit doon. But definitely po, yung improvement po will be looking into po ang ating health facility enhancement program po. Para po mas maging maayos po ito.
Tama, Mr. Chair. Ang binigyan naman sa akin na reason noon ni Dr. Reyes, yung director, ay kung bakit hindi pa rin po na babalik sa korte, sa jail, yung po mga nakumit sa kanila ay sapagkat humintay lang sila ng court order. And I have with me from the Supreme Court, from the court administrator, says here na 80% na ay nakapag-comply na sila, nautusan ng mga korte para maibalik na yung mga nakakumit sa NCMH sa mga city jails, kung saan pa man yung mga city jails na dapat sila ay nakapiit. And again, my informante told me, hindi pa rin daw po nangyari despite the fact na meron ng mga order sa korte at may compliance ng mga korte. So lumilitaw lang po dito, hindi lang po korap ang ilan dyan sa mga taga-NCMH, inutil pa.
Mr. Chair, with that information po, we'll review po the list na nasambit na banggit po nyo na meron ng court order to send back, to transfer po yung ating mga na-admit sa facility into the appropriate jail po as mandated by the court. We'll review po the list, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isa pa po ang gusto kong i-point out, meron pong pavilion na hindi po tinuloy ang construction because of corruption. At nagpadala ulit ako ng tao doon, nakatenga na lang po doon, nabubulok na po yung building, mga materyales. Ang sabi sa akin ni Dr. Reyes, na mag-usap kami last year, nasa korte raw yung kaso kaya hindi raw pwedeng galawin. Ang tanong ko po, it's been a year, so ano na po ang status ng kaso? I'm referring, Mr. President, to Pavilion 6.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we'll be asking our legal service to look into this and what remedy can be done so that it can be acted upon para po hindi masayang po yung facility. Mr. Chair?
Siguro may request from you. What's your name? Rio Magbantay, Regional Director.
Ariel Valencia po. Yes, sir.
And then ASEC Dr. Ariel Valencia. Siguro kayong dalawa mag-ikot doon. At huwag kayong gumamit ng face mask. Pasukin niyo po yung mga ward. Pasukin niyo po yung mga facilities. At makikita niyo kung kaano kabaho, kapanghi. In fact, ako pumasok doon, halos maduwal ako eh. Matibay sikmura ko pero nasuka ako sa sobrang baho. Yung mga nurses nyo kaawa-awa, naka-face mask doble-doble pa, hindi masikmura. Napabayaan na yung mga taong yon. Siguro umalis kayo sa mga air-conditioned room ninyo, pumunta kayo doon para makita nyo on the ground kung ano yung status. Sa palagay nyo, tama ho ba?
Will do po, Mr. Chair.
So maasahan ko ba before the end of this year na nakapagbisita po kayo, magpadala po kayo sa committee na ito sa akin ng mga videos, pictures na you were there, and then ano po yung na-find out ninyo at ano mga improvements ang dapat nyo gagawin para matuwid po yung problema.
Yes, we'll do that, Mr. Chair, including po yung ating legal team to look into the unfinished Pavilion 6 po, Mr. Chair.
Sa Belkins naman po, kumusta na po yung kaso tungkol sa Belkins, Secretary Ted Herbosa, sir?
Mr. Chair, nag-create kami ng parang 3 groups. Sinama namin ng PRC, ang PMA, at ang PHA, Hospital Association, and we're investigating. Pero ang problem po namin, kailangan namin ng complainant. Parang sabi nila, hindi daw magagamit yung anonymous complaint na sinabi doon sa Senate hearing, sa Committee on Health. So if the good senator can help us have an individual who will file an official complaint to tatakbo yung investigation, Mr. President.
Oh yeah, pero Mr. President, merong mga doktor na umamin na sila po ay mga member ng board of directors, kasama po sa board of directors o member ng mga pharmaceutical companies, and yet they practice and they write prescription ng mga gamot na kung saan sila ay connected. Isn't that conflict of interest, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we also ordered the director of Heart Center, the then director, not the new one, to actually cleanse the roster of visiting consultants of those that were connected to the Belkans to minimize this particular problem which was raised during the Senate investigations.
Okay, so ongoing po yung inyong investigation?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ano po yung pinaka-latest na? Meron na ho ba kayong nakitang kaso doon na tingin nyo ay napapatunayan yung mga kumakalat na mga akusasyon na irregularities about Belkans?
Meron po mga lumabas, Mr. President, mga
file a case.
patients that were bothered nga and did not buy the prescriptions that were given to them na napakahaba at napakarami. Pero hindi sila mag-complaint, ayaw nila mag-file ng complaint. Although yun ang alam ko rin, yung isang doctor finailan ng kaso ng Belkans, I think cyber libel. And hindi na masyadong nag-post yung specific doctor na yun.
Okay, marami po sa mga doktor ang umamin na there's such thing as incentives. They are given incentives para magsulat ng prescription in favor of their favorite pharmaceutical companies. So, ano pong direksyon, polisiya, ng DOH tungkol dyan? Marami po mga doktor na umaamin na mismo na yes, we get incentives. In fact, sa isang hearing the last time, dito sa Senate, ilang doktor na paamin na nabibigyan sila ng incentives pag susulat ng prescription in favor of pharmaceutical companies, drugstore na
Yes, Mr. President.
kasama sila.
Ni-raise nga namin ito sa Public Health Ethics Committee ng Department of Health, yung conflict of interest issue of owning a pharmaceutical and then practicing in a DOH hospital. Ang napag-usapan dito is malaking tulong siguro kung ang Pilipinas ay magkakaroon ng similar law as in the US, yung Stark Law, wherein ang doctor cannot prescribe anything where he will benefit from. If he owns a laboratory or a botika or a pharmaceutical. Wala po tayong batas na ganun. Kaya ang nangyayari, it's an ethics complaint. So it will be based on ethical standards of the peers. Ang lahat ng mga minention ko po, may mga ethics committee. Yung DOH, yung Philippine Medical Association, yung Hospital Association, meron silang ethics committee where these complaints can be given kung may isang pasyente na nagrereklamong may conflict of interest na piniprescribean siya ng gamot na kailangan bilhin sa isang specific na butika.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Pero sometimes the patient doesn't know. So how would they complain if they don't know? Ang nangyari po kasi nag-overprescribe ang mga doktor na hindi naman kailangan halimbawa ng isang pasyente yung number of medicines. Dadamihan niya para ma-meet niya yung quota. You know that, Dr. Herbosa, nangyari yan. So yun dapat naiwasan natin dahil kawawa din naman yung pasyente, natataga sila sa mga gamot na hindi na dapat nila kailangan naman.
Yes, Mr. President. Yan din ang inutos natin sa bagong director ng Philippine Heart Center to make sure ma-educate yung mga patients themselves na merong ganun at magbigay alam kung merong sobrang prescription at also the doctors themselves para tayo ay magkaroon ng tinatawag na ethical prescription para sa ating mga pasyente. Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Let's move on to the Bureau of Dental Health Services. Ano nangyari po rito?
Para sa kalaman, Mr. President, ng Senado, first time po meron tayong undersecretary na Doctor of Dental Medicine and naggawa na siya ng programa para sa ma-reorganize at ma-create uli yung Bureau of Dental Health. So may proposal na. Number two, immediately naggawa kami ng proposal through Undersecretary Molly Chong, nandito sa aking likod, yung PhilHealth dental benefit package. Ito rin po yung minungkahi nyo, Senator, sa amin. And ang first package na propose is yung extraction, prophylaxis, and fluoride varnish, a total of 300 pesos, plus needed emergency tooth extraction, plus pit and fissure sealant, which is 400 pesos, and second such benefit of 300 pesos. So a total of 1,000 pesos per PhilHealth member for benefit package. Hindi pa ho to approved ng board pero nakapropose na ito sa Benefits Committee. I think ita-table namin sa Benefits Committee sa Huwebes po, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for mentioning na isa po ako doon sa nagtulak na para magkaroon ng malawakang coverage para sa dental services ng ating mga kababayan from PhilHealth. Pero di ba mas maganda kung meron tayong isang departamento na nakafocus lamang tungkol sa dental care ng mga Pilipino, Dental Bureau, so to speak. At yun po ay tinanggal na ata. Sayang.
Tama po, Mr. President. This will require additional budget, so approved to ng DBM. Pero in the meantime, nag-issue po ako ng Department Personnel Order creating a task force for the review of the policies and organizational structures concerning the Bureau of Dental Health Services and Oral Health Bureau. So, kasi ilalagay sa budget at saka pagka nag-create ng bureau sa organizational chart, pinapa-approve din sa DBM. So, task force muna po, Senator, Mr. President, para tumakbo lang itong dental services.
Pero importante po, by next year, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard it right, mula sa mga taga-PhilHealth, so magkakaroon po ng malawak na coverage para sa dental health services o dental services para sa mga Pilipino covered ng PhilHealth. Kasama ng prophylaxis, kasama ng tooth extraction, surgery, etc.
Yes, Mr. President. At saka tutuloy din natin yung mga dental missions na ginagawa during our Lab for All, during our Serbisyo Fair na sinusupport ng mga dentist na galing sa mga hospital ng Department of Health.
How about yung pre-postizo po, Mr. President?
Nasasama namin ngayon yan doon sa MAIP program kasi mas mahal niya konti yung postizo. So, pinapondohan namin yung mga indigent na nagpapasukat at nagpapagawa ng postizo.
MAIP. So, ibig sabihin, mag-aantay pa sila kung merong MAIP available. Di ba dapat kasama na po yan ng coverage sa PhilHealth? Lahat ng mga postizo, especially sa mga mahirap nating kababayan, or hindi na sa mga hirap, even the working class na they cannot afford it because postizo na are very expensive. Ang mga postizo na ito. At lalo sa mga senior citizen, makikita naman po natin, Mr. President, marami sa mga senior citizen natin, pagdating ng 70 and above, wala sila mga ngipin. So, maybe we can provide free postizo sa kanila through PhilHealth.
Yes, Mr. President, we will also include this. Naka-pipeline actually. Tama yan yung sa umpisa yung extraction and cleaning. And then susunod na po natin yung provision of prosthesis.
Okay. Dalawa na lamang. Okay, sige. Sige, suspend.
Otherwise, it's my job to be.
Isuspend na niya.
Ano rin yung very personal na.
Okay, well, hindi ko nasabihin.
Mr. President, after conferring with this honor and considering that we're scheduled to have our traditional Christmas Yuletide lighting ceremony scheduled at 6:30 today, I move that we suspend deliberations at exactly 6:26 and return to the plenary hall immediately after the ceremony after 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, before I rule on that motion, let me invite everyone to join us in the Christmas tree lighting, especially the Department of Health, para meron naman tayong health break. Is there any objection? Hearing none, The motion of the majority leader is carried.